name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. Today we are on day 6 of the Brian Walshe trial. We are still on the prosecution. Wait, are we still on the prosecution, Kate? We are, right? We're still on prosecution? I think we are. I don't know. I don't know anything. You know, this is the blind leading the blind, right? Let's see what Judy has. Oh, good. We're going to talk about Viber. I've never heard of Viber before. Viber is a secure, private, and fun messaging and calling app that connects over 1 billion people worldwide with group chats, disappearing messages, reminders, and more. Do we really need another app like this? I think we have enough. Rakuten Viber. I thought Rakuten was that shopping app where you could get money back. Rakuten Viber, aka Viber, is a cross-platform voice over IP and instant messaging software application owned by Japanese multinational company Rakuten. Users are registered and identified through a cellular telephone number, although the service is accessible on desktop platforms without needing mobile connectivity. We really need another app like that. How many are there now? WhatsApp, Messenger, Instagram, Viber. What's the other one that Alan Jackson uses? I forgot what it's called. Signal. There's another one that I forgot what it's called. That's at least 6. I know there's more. I just can't think right now. Good Lord. Yes, it does, Marty. It just, are you on a mobile device? It doesn't work on a mobile device. It doesn't work on a mobile device. Snapchat. That was the other one. I knew there was another one. Yeah, there's like 10 of these things. Why do we need so many? I just started using Instagram because like all of my Disney streamer friends use Instagram. And I keep accidentally turning on disappearing messages. Why do you need messages to disappear? Well, I have been redirected to streams that haven't started yet. So I don't know, Marty. But when I've been redirected to streams, like I've had my laptop and my phone, it is redirected on my laptop, but it hasn't redirected to my phone. And other people say it's redirected for them. So, yeah, I know. But I don't want, I don't need disappearing messages. I'm not a dishonest person. I don't have anything to hide. Exactly. Exactly. I don't get it. Why are people shady and deceitful and ugh? They're on the naughty list. People like that are on the naughty list. I'm not on the naughty list. I'm a good girl. Okay, the ME is still on the stand. Joy. We get to hear about nasty stuff on saw blades. Joy.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do for the Honorable Justice Diane Fran, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Unto the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn on your cell phones.
Do I still have the speaker?
Morning, jurors. I hope you had a nice weekend, everyone. Jurors, we'll start today with the 4 questions.
No.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Normal.
Yes. Be able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case? Yes. Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and or access any news media? Yes.
I don't know, but that was so weird. That was strange. Hi, Sarge. That was weird. I was like, do I have it sped up? What?
And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
Thank you, jurors. With that, we're ready to begin our today's work. All of the jurors have responded in the affirmative yes to each of the questions. We'll have the witness back on the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Morning. Dr. Atkinson, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is that an image of the bag of rugs that you had the opportunity to examine at OCME?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is file number P10900001. No objection.
The next image, P109000, is that what you said?
0001.
0001 is now in evidence as Exhibit 181. Thank you. And jurors, we had a change in staff over the weekend and for the rest of the trial. Ms. Blankenship is going to be the court reporter. I know you can only see the back of the person, but welcome.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Pardon me?
May the Commonwealth publish the exhibit.
You sure can.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number P10900001? So, Doctor, directing your attention to the image on the screen, what is the significance of the 230493 at the bottom?
That is the OCME case number. So 23 was the year, 2023. And then that was the number of cases we'd had up to that point.
And so, doctor, your numbers, are they the same as the crime lab numbers?
No.
Okay. And if we could take that down, thank you. And could we have what was marked as Exhibit 180 from Friday? And for the record, this is file number PC 110198. Doctor, directing your attention to the screen for Exhibit 180, what were the observations you were able to make of this piece of carpet?
This piece of carpet has a large area of red-brown stain on it, and in the middle of this stain was an approximately 1/4 inch long, what looked to be a blood clot.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. So, doctor, what is a blood clot?
A blood clot is just blood that has solidified or clotted.
And how were you able to make the determination it looked like a blood clot? What was it that about it that gave you that indication?
It's the correct color, shape, consistency of a blood clot. I've seen thousands of them.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of a close-up of the blood clot from that section of carpet?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110197.
No objection.
Photo PC 110197 is now in evidence as Exhibit 182. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 182?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110197? So, doctor, that's the close-up of the blood clot that you identified?
Yes.
What did you do with that blood clot?
I saved that blood clot in a jar for possible future DNA analysis.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. How do you save it in a jar, sir?
You place it into a plastic jar, and then we, I believe, freeze that jar afterward.
Now,
No, you put it in a red Solo cup. What are you talking about? You put it in a red Solo cup. Didn't you talk to Proctor?
Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Thank you. Doctor, I'm showing you two images at this point in time. Are those fair and accurate depictions of the next section of carpet you had the opportunity to analyze or look at that day at OCME?
Yes, this was the largest piece.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter the next two photographs as exhibits.
What are the,
File numbers?
yes?
The first would be PC 110204, and the second would be PC 110217.
No objection.
Those two photos now identified by the Commonwealth by their P number are in evidence as 184 and 185.
That's what I have.
Thank you for the correction, 183 and 184.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth may publish these next two exhibits.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 183, which is PC 110204? Doctor, directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 183, what observations did you make of this carpet while it was being unrolled?
I observed the same types of red-brown stains on the carpet. There were also more areas of clotted blood, and there were also areas with white, clumpy, powdery substance. Some of it was discolored from the fluid that was on it.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 184, which is PC 110217? So close. And doctor, is this the same section of carpet?
Yes.
And now, doctor, on this section, were you still able to observe the red-brown staining and the white substance?
Yes.
In addition to making these observations of the white substance, did you identify anything as far as potential hairs?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Your Honor,
Yes.
doctor, you recognize this image?
Yes,
Is that a collection of hairs that you saw on that section of carpet?
it is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to enter PC 110243 as the next exhibit. No objection.
It's in evidence now as 185, 110243.
And Your Honor, the court petition the Commonwealth publishes Exhibit 185.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110243? Doctor, directing your attention to Exhibit 185, what did you do with this collection of hairs?
I collected all the hairs that I could find on the piece of carpet, and including this clump, and I put them in an envelope, an evidence envelope, and sealed it and signed it.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, doctor, besides making observations of the section of carpet as far as what you saw on it, did you have the opportunity to go through that material and find any objects in it?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a close-up of the section of carpet with a hand holding a ruler that you had the opportunity to examine OCME?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is PC 110208. No objection.
Photo with that ID is now in evidence as 186.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth publish exhibit 186?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110208? So, doctor, directing your attention to this image, whose hand is that?
That is my hand with a glove.
And what is the ruler next to?
Just above the ruler, you can see a metal item that has a loop on one side. It appeared to me to be some sort of jewelry charm without a chain attached.
And, doctor, around that area, is that white substance, is that what you were talking about as the white powdery substance? And I don't want to misstate you if it's not powdery, but what is that? Was that what you saw that day?
Yes, almost all of these clumps are that same powdery, clumpy substance. Some of them look red and brown and tan, probably because of the liquid that made them clump.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Thank you. Doctor, what did you do with that piece of metal that you found?
I photographed it, and I also placed it into an envelope and saved it for evidence.
May I approach you?
You may.
Doctor, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Is that a picture of the piece of metal that you photographed by an envelope?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have Image file number PC110245 as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
110245, that image is in evidence as 187.
With the court's permission, Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 187?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, can we have PC 110245? Thank you. So, Doctor, is this the photographing of the piece of metal that you spoke of?
Yes.
And that envelope, is that the envelope you put it into that's in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, there's gloves beneath you. You can put those on. Doctor, I'm handing you a glassine envelope. I'm going to ask, do you recognize the envelope that's inside the glassine envelope?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to look inside that paper envelope this morning?
Yes, I did.
Is that the same paper envelope that you put the piece of metal in at the OCME?
Yes.
And the yellow sticker on the exterior of the envelope, what is that number on it?
That's the same OCME number. That was the number of this case.
And on the front of it, you recognize the writing on the front?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that?
That is my handwriting describing what this was.
And can you look inside the envelope and then ask to recognize the object? You recognize the object, sir?
Yes, I do.
Is that the piece of metal that you found in the rug while you were doing your examination at OCME?
Yes.
If you could hold on to it for one moment.
Sure.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the glassine envelope that has the paper envelope and the piece of metal inside the paper envelope as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's now in evidence as 188.
Thank you, Doctor. You can put it back inside. Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Doctor, did you recognize any writing on Exhibit 188, the piece of metal? Anything that was pressed into it?
Yes, there was an engraving of Gucci on one side.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Doctor, do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
What is that an image of?
This is the plastic container that I saved a large amount of this clumped substance and also all of the blood clots that I found.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, which is file number PC 110222.
Any objection?
No objection.
PC 110222 is now in evidence as Exhibit 189.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 189?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have PC 110222? So, Doctor, this container, what did you do with this container?
I put a lid on this container and then we put it in a freezer.
And why do you put it in a freezer?
For DNA analysis, that's the preferred method of preserving the tissue.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that.
Okay, not to beat a dead horse, but do you see that cup? I guarantee you that ambulance in Canton had those cups on them. They could have asked the ambulance for one of those cups. Those cups are sterile. I'm sorry. The red Solo cups are still a thorn in my side. I'm sorry.
Doc, did you take any other samples that day while you were making your examination of the rugs?
Yes, I did.
What did you take for samples?
I saw in I painstakingly mushed through a lot of this crumbly substance. And there was one area near one of the blood clots that appeared to have some specks of something that could possibly be tissue. The clumped areas appeared to be tissue at first, or possibly tissue, but upon further inspection, it was obvious that none of this clumped powdery material was actually any kind of tissue. But this one area had very small specks of something that I thought might not be the same type of powder. So I put this area, I saved that for looking at under the microscope.
And how do you do that, sir?
How do you save it? Or
Yes, please.
you put it into a cassette.
And do you have to add anything to the substance to put it in the cassette?
No, but you put the cassettes into formalin. It's like formaldehyde that preserves the tissue.
What happens, and now, you did that with the tiny specks. Did you do that with any other items that day? Make formalin, put things into formalin?
No, I saved the blood clots mainly for DNA testing.
And if I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Huh? You may.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You used the word a moment ago on direct examination. You painstakingly went through some of the material that you found on the rug.
Yes.
And you did that very carefully.
Yes.
You were paying close attention because that's how you're trained and that's what you do.
Correct.
I want to just talk to you, the beginning here, about your position. You are a deputy chief of the medical examiner, correct?
I am no longer the deputy chief medical examiner.
Okay, I'm looking at your CV and I'm wondering if it's just an older one.
It must be an older one, yes.
Okay, can you tell us, sir, what you are now? What's your title?
I am a medical examiner now.
When did you stop being deputy chief?
I served as deputy chief from 2018 until 2022.
So, when you were the deputy chief, and now when you're, I want to say simply a medical examiner, you're still doing very important work. Were you doing this type of work that you're doing as a medical examiner in your role as a deputy chief medical examiner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And there's a lot of responsibility attached to being a deputy chief medical examiner as well as just a medical examiner.
Sure.
And once again, my use of just a doesn't imply anything. I hope you know that. Can I ask you something then? Knowing now that this might be an older CV, are you now, or were you once, a member of the Massachusetts Commission on Medical Legal Investigation?
Yes, I was.
But you're no longer.
Correct.
And when I say no longer, that position is basically time controlled by the statute that created that commission. Is that fair to say?
I have no idea.
Okay. How long were you on the commission?
I think it was approximately the same, maybe a year in either direction of when I was deputy.
And that commission was created by statute to promote the use and skills of the medical legal investigation of deaths, correct?
Yes.
And you and other people assigned to that commission did the important work of trying to ensure that medico-legal investigations are thorough and exacting and reliable.
Correct.
And on that commission, there are police officers, law enforcement, district attorneys, medical examiners like yourself, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that phrase means, medico-legal investigation?
Sure. It refers to any type of medical investigation that has the potential to also involve the legal system.
Okay. And that's what medical examiners do. They get involved in the legal system because they're trying to determine cause and manner of death, correct?
Correct.
Now, I look at your CV, and I see that you have published in the area, certain medical-related areas, correct?
Yes.
And the journals that you published in are well-respected and peer-reviewed. I mean, they're important journals.
Sure.
And I see that on your CV, you also list, on this CV, under the abstract title, two presentations that I think are characterized as posters, correct?
Yes.
And when we say posters, we're literally talking about physical posters, correct?
Yes.
And the information on posters, it's equally important. It helps educate people. You're providing very valuable information to people, regardless of the form that it takes, correct?
Correct.
And either while you were a deputy chief medical examiner or in your capacity now as a medical examiner, do you participate in lectures, or sometimes they're called rounds, with your colleagues and discuss aspects that pertain to your work?
Yes.
And people present during those lectures on particular areas of either evolving forensic pathology.
Oh my God, that's not what rounds are. Dude, quit talking about stuff you don't know anything about. He doesn't understand the internet. Okay, medical examiners don't make rounds. Rounds is when you go to doctors that have patients. They go to the hospital early in the morning and they go see all of their patients that are hospitalized. That's called rounds. Medical examiners don't have rounds because they don't have living patients. Oh my God. Hey,
Are just what you're experiencing within the office itself, correct? Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
And I think you testified on Friday that you have completed 1,000 or more autopsies. Did I hear that right?
Yes, I said 1,500, more than 1,500.
Oh, I shortchanged you. I apologize. That's a lot of autopsies, isn't it?
Sure.
And you told us on Friday that it can be a relatively short period of time, or an autopsy can take as long as a day or more.
Correct.
And when you're doing an autopsy, you told us on Friday that you're trying to determine, the manner of death. That's one of the goals of your examination during an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that the Office of Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts does is it's responsible by law to investigate various forms of death, correct?
Correct.
And that includes death by accident or unintentional injury, suicide, correct?
Sure.
And it includes death that is under suspicious or unusual circumstances, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it includes death that may occur if somebody's in jail custody or something like that, correct?
Correct.
It also specifically includes a requirement that you investigate sudden death, correct?
Correct.
And it requires that you investigate sudden death when the decedent was in apparent good health, correct?
Correct.
And that phrase that I just used, sudden death of the decedent who was in apparent good health, that is contained in the statute that applies to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
And so the statute and what you do as a medical examiner, you have to investigate where there is a suspicion or information that suggests that someone suddenly died, correct?
Correct.
And specifically where somebody suddenly died that otherwise looked like they were in good health, correct?
Correct.
And that statute requires that certain people, like police officers, physicians, hospital administrators, licensed nurses, DCF social workers, funeral directors, they are required by that statute to report that information to the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Or they could be fined under the statute, right?
I don't know that for sure, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you. So now turning to just manner of death. Manner of death can be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, a manner of death can be classified as accident, correct?
Correct.
Suicide,
Yes.
homicide,
Yes.
and then there's a category of undetermined or could not be determined, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that a determination, or I'm sorry, a manner of death that results in a classification of undetermined is a classification when the information pointing to one manner of death is no more compelling than one or more competing manners of death after considering all the information you have?
That is correct.
So you are familiar, aren't you, Dr. Atkinson, with the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes.
Sometimes it goes by the acronym of NAME, M-A-M-E.
Correct.
You're also familiar with their 2002 publication, A Guide for the Manner of Death Classification, correct?
Yes.
And it's that particular document is kept at
To aggravate you, Wiggles. That's the only reason he's up there. They called him specifically to aggravate you.
the Office of Chief Medical Examiner, isn't it? Like it is in many
The same reason that I don't start on time, to aggravate you.
offices, correct?
It's on the internet. That's where I usually look at it.
So it's available to look at for medical examiners when they're just reviewing some of the material that's in that 2002 publication.
Yes.
It also lists specifically those four manner of deaths that we just talked about.
Yes. And others.
I'm sorry, I had to cut you off.
And others too.
And others. And then that guide goes through anecdotal, or, it's my word, not yours, but it goes through examples of what types of causes of death may result in certain manners, correct?
Correct.
And a cause of death is different than a manner, isn't it?
Yes.
And so as your role of medical examiner, you will not only determine the manner of death, but you also will attempt to determine the cause of death.
Right.
And some of that information finds its way specifically in, for instance, a death certificate applicable to some individual, correct?
Yes.
It's very important to evaluate all the information you have before reaching a conclusion as to manner of death and causation, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say, doctor, that without a physical body, the Office of Chief Medical Examiner cannot make a finding of either manner of death or cause of death?
Without what? Sorry.
With a body, with a
Without a
physical
body?
body.
Generally, we don't do that. No.
Okay. Now, that 2002 guidelines, and it's current. In other words, there hasn't been a new issue. It's still current and it's published in 2002, correct?
Correct.
It does include, like you said, examples of causes of death, and then tries to tell the reader, this is an example of a cause of death that could be considered a certain manner of death, correct?
Yes.
And I think it goes through, if you recall, multiple paragraphs, up to like 44, 46 different paragraphs of examples, correct?
Correct.
And it actually includes things like characterized as cafe coronary, upper airway food obstruction, correct?
Correct.
It goes through, it gives an example of death by fear or fright, right?
Correct.
It includes an explanation of death resulting from autoerotica behavior or consensual atypical sexual behavior, correct?
Correct.
And it goes on to say, just as an example, specific to that cause of death, autoerotic behavior, it talks about that causation as being, in large part, considered accidental death.
Specifically, autoerotic asphyxia. Yes.
Okay, autoerotic asphyxia. Can you tell the jurors what asphyxia is?
Asphyxia is anytime oxygen is deprived from parts of the body. In the case of autoerotic asphyxia, it's due to a ligature compressing the neck vasculature or the blood vessels in the neck.
Now, I just want to talk to you for just a little bit about some of the causes that are considered to be causes of sudden unexpected death. We can agree, can't we, that sudden unexpected death is a rare occurrence?
Sure.
Well, is it rare, or does it happen more often than
Any
rare?
possible cause? It's pretty rare, I would say. Sure.
Okay, and there's any number of causes of sudden unexpected death, isn't there?
Very many, yes.
Okay. And those causes for sudden unexpected death, they are known within the forensic pathology world, aren't they?
Yes.
And are they known to a lesser extent in the non-forensical medical arena?
Sure.
And it's fair to say that based on your experience and training and knowledge of sudden unexpected.
What the hell is physical? He just made up a new word. He combined forensics and physical. Physical. Physical.
Death, you wouldn't expect that just a layperson would really understand sudden unexpected death. That is the parlance of educated people like yourself.
Objection.
Overruled. He can answer if he can.
I'm not totally sure what you mean. People understand.
Can you guys hear me? Can everybody hear me but Marty? I'm screaming into this thing. I can put the earbuds back in. The sound quality sucks, but you guys seem to hear me better. I'm backwards again? Ah.
certain causes of death.
Okay. What about in the specific area of sudden unexpected death?
Depends on the cause of death. I think most people understand what injuries are. Most people understand what a heart attack is.
Okay. You would agree that sudden unexpected death can occur then as a result of cardiac causes,
Yes.
of pulmonary causes,
Yes.
of vascular causes,
Yes.
reflexive causes,
Yes.
of asphyxial causes,
Correct.
and even toxicology causes.
Yes.
And sudden unexpected death has been observed to occur both in young people and old people,
Sure.
and middle-aged people.
All types.
It occurs male.
I don't know what else to do. Can you hear me now? Perfect? It's perfect?
And female.
Yes.
And there's some causes associated with sudden unexpected death that may be seen in experience that they occur more in the male population than the female population.
Yes.
One of those sudden unexpected death causations is the Brugada syndrome, correct?
Correct.
And without going into any great detail, the Brugada system is simply where somebody reportedly, and correct me if I'm wrong, basically lies in bed and dies and then utters something.
I don't think that's necessary. It's a channelopathy. That's a usually genetic mutation or a mutation that you get from your parents that affects the ion channels in the heart, and it predisposes someone to a sudden arrhythmia. An arrhythmia is just an electrical disturbance of the heart.
All right. And
Doesn't have to happen at night, and I don't know about the utterance part.
okay, I apologize. In any event, sudden unexpected death can occur in individuals that otherwise appear to be healthy before the sudden death.
Yes.
And in fact, that's one of the references we've already talked about within the statute that we just talked about a minute ago. That sudden death occurring in someone that otherwise didn't have any manifestation of a physical illness or problem.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that based on your knowledge of sudden unexpected death, that it also occurs, sometimes the sudden death itself can be the first manifestation that somebody had a problem.
Correct.
And there are certain triggers associated with sudden unexpected death, and those triggers can include exertion, physical exertion.
I'm confused. Are you talking about any kind of sudden unexpected death, including
I'm talking about it
injuries? You can die unexpectedly and suddenly from almost any type of cause of death.
Okay. When I'm asking you these questions, and if I'm not doing a good job, you correct me, but I'm talking about, for instance, sudden unexpected death where there is really no prior manifestation of a physical problem before someone experiences sudden unexpected death.
Are you talking about a natural cause of death?
A natural, yes, not a death resulting from anything other than something natural and internal. Yes.
Okay. And what was the question again? Sorry.
So a sudden unexpected death, given that characterization, the trigger for such a sudden unexpected death can include physical exertion, correct?
Yes.
But it also can occur without any particular physical exertion, correct?
Correct.
And it can include, for instance, in trained athletes who have been trained to do sports. It happens there too, correct?
Yes.
And it can happen as a result of sexual activity, for instance.
Correct.
And it can happen as a result of illness or stress, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, it can happen, if you know, sir, it can happen as a result of travel or extended travel or things like that in a person.
Sure.
Now, it's true, isn't it, doctor, that when we use the phrase sudden unexpected death, the death that we're talking about, and once again, and I'm glad you corrected me, that we're talking about just natural death, natural causes, that a sudden unexpected death can happen suddenly, but not necessarily instantaneously, correct?
Depending on which type of disease would cause it, yes.
So, for instance, that example you talked about, if someone develops in a natural way a lethal arrhythmia, an example of a ventricular fibrillation, it could result in death, correct?
Yes.
And that mechanism, I'm going to call it a mechanism, but you tell me if it's different, that the heart chambers quiver and they fluctuate, and that's what causes the fibrillation, right?
Yes, it's an electrical disturbance that makes it so that the heart stops pumping.
He is kind of talking about, he's trying to make it sound like SIDS, but in adults. It's a broad, like with SIDS, babies forget to breathe. I mean, not literally, because you don't have to think to breathe, but that's the term they use. Yay! Yay! That's the term they use. They forget to breathe, but your brain is what makes you breathe. But I guess because they're so young, something goes haywire in the brain and they quit breathing. But with adults, there are so many things that could cause you to die in your sleep. You could have an infection that you didn't know that you had, and your heart could stop because you've got toxins in your blood. You could have an undiagnosed heart condition. You could have blood sugar problems that you don't know about. And I mean, there's so, and on and on and on. There are so many different things that could cause you to die in your sleep. You could, like Michelle McNamara, that was married to Patton Oswalt. She died in her sleep. She had an undiagnosed yeah, that too. That too. So I think it's unfair to ask these questions. It's supposition. They found her DNA on cutting implements and her blood on rugs that they found in bags in his basement. I don't think him listing all the ways that someone could die in their sleep, I mean, I guess it could match up with his story, but it's all supposition. He has no way to prove that this woman died in her sleep. I mean, his story doesn't make sense. It's crazy. But yeah, adults can just die in their sleep. But if he expects him to sit and on the stand and go through every single way someone could die in their sleep, that is ridiculous.
And at times when you examine someone who has experienced this on an autopsy, you actually don't see, and I'm not talking about you personally, but I'm talking about medical examiners related to this, you don't see any structural defect in the heart.
Of people who have died from natural causes?
Yes, yes.
From a cardiac dysrhythmia?
Yes.
You can't diagnose a cardiac dysrhythmia unless the person died while attached to a cardiac monitor that can see the actual dysrhythmia happening. In fact, most cardiac dysrhythmias, you do see something structural in the heart. The one you were talking about before, Brugada syndrome, several others like long QT syndrome, will not have visible, even under the microscope, signs.
You just used the phrase long QT. Could you just define that for the jury?
That's another channelopathy that affects the ion channels in the cell membranes of the cardiac cells.
And let's just stick to the case of a particular fibrillation and someone who suddenly dies as a result. It's fair to say that during that process that
Could you explain long QT syndrome? Oh, I don't explain it. I don't understand it. So let's stick with this. Long QT syndrome is dysrhythmia. You've seen an EKG readout, the little thingy, the little graph thingy. Each point on that is assigned a letter, and they're supposed to look a certain way. That's your heartbeat. So the Q point and the T point are supposed to be a certain distance apart. He's crappy at explaining. This is the layman's version of explaining. The Q and the T are supposed to be a certain distance apart. So long QT syndrome is when they're too far apart. That's a arrhythmia. That's all you had to say. That makes sense, doesn't it? That makes a lot more sense than what he just explained it. But that lawyer was like, whoops, I don't understand that. Let's go back to this. This lawyer's an idiot.
They can continue to look and appear as if they're making movements that they might be conscious, but in fact, their body is dying and they then experience sudden death.
Usually if you're having a cardiac dysrhythmia, you can have movements, seizure-like activity, but usually you're not looking like a normal person would.
Okay.
And it's very quick.
And sometimes in your experience as a medical examiner, you've had reports where people talk about the minutes before or the short time period before someone experienced sudden death, and they talk about the way they were moving or they were even walking, but they might have been mumbling, and then they die. And they describe those behaviors to you, don't they?
Occasionally we'll get something like that reported to us.
Okay. And you listen to that information, and being the trained medical examiner you are, then you consider that information in the context of the sudden unexpected death. You just include the information because you are interested in getting all the information you can.
Correct.
And once again, sudden unexpected death can result from vascular catastrophes. That's my word.
Sure.
And those catastrophes can be aorta dissection, aorta rupture, or an aneurysm, correct?
Among many others, yes.
And this sudden unexpected death in this area can be the result of acute squeezing of a particular body part.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
In medical terms, tamponade?
Oh, a cardiac tamponade?
Yes.
Cardiac tamponade happens when there's bleeding
Okay.
into the pericardium. That's the sac, a membranous sac that surrounds the heart. And when enough blood gets into that sac, it displaces the heart and doesn't allow the heart to open up to...
What word? Tamponade? That's when there's blood inside the sac. There's a sac around your heart. Cardiac tamponade is when there's some type of bleeding in your chest. It goes in that sac, and the blood goes in there, and your heart can't pump because the blood is inside the sac, and it catastrophe. Oh. Okay. Oh, because that's my, yeah, that's not, he cannot copyright that word. That is not his word. That's everybody's word. I use it quite often because that's kind of what my life is. Catastrophe. I wonder, tamponade. What if that's where the word tampon comes from?
It basically stops the ability of the heart to pump.
Now, I just want to move on to another simple cause. Are you familiar with the phrase, I'm sure you are, sudden arrhythmic death syndrome?
Yes.
And it's accurate to say that sudden unexpected death with a normal heart at autopsy accounts for 5 to 10% of young adult sudden deaths.
Of natural deaths?
Of natural deaths, yes, sir.
Yes.
And now I'm not going to get this one right, but are you familiar with the acronym of CPVT?
No.
Catecholaminergic tachycardia. I probably butchered that up, but does that ring a bell?
Catecholaminergic?
Thank you. Yes.
I still don't know what the other two letters stand for.
Okay. Polymorphic ventricular tachycardia. I said it wrong again, but.
That's probably another dysrhythmia.
Okay.
Or tachycardia is a fast heartbeat.
Now, once again, in these types of causes of sudden unexpected death, in each one that we just briefly described, in each one of the cases, the person who then experiences sudden death can be viewed in the moments, whether it be minutes or a few minutes or seconds, they can be viewed by someone observing them as still moving or at times even talking until death results, correct?
Correct.
Then there are neurological causes for sudden unexpected death, correct?
Sure.
And they are arrhythmia linked. Am I right in saying that? They're linked to arrhythmias.
They can be.
And they're linked to hemorrhaging and stroke and things like that.
Sure.
And people can experience sudden unexpected death as a result of a neurological cause where they have, up to that point, not manifested any physical manifestation of illness, correct?
Correct.
Once again, moving on, there's pulmonary causes of sudden unexpected death, aren't there?
Yes.
And for instance, massive pulmonary embolism is the leading cause of sudden unexpected death in young adults, isn't it?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is one of those causes of death that can result from one of the triggers, including recent travel, right?
That's one of them, yes.
Hormonal therapy?
Yes.
And just moving on to two more examples, and we talked about it. There are also asphyxial causes of sudden and unexpected death, correct?
Correct.
Those asphyxial causes of sudden unexpected death, sometimes they're characterized as, they happen when someone is hanging or experiencing strangulation. Is that fair to say?
That is one cause of asphyxia, yes.
But asphyxia can be caused by a positional obstruction, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what a positional obstruction is in this context?
That would be something that either blocks your face so you can't breathe, or something that sometimes a car in a car accident will, or a better example, anything that if you have a heavy weight on your torso, sometimes that keeps you from being able to expand your lungs. This kind of death is called positional asphyxia.
I see. And is it the result of, as part of the mechanism for this is hypoxia results?
That's what happens, yes.
And the hypoxia, could you tell the jury what hypoxia is?
Hypoxia is just lack of oxygen.
And I'm not going to say it right, but I'll try. Vagal reflex pathway, a cause for sudden unexpected death?
Sure.
And that's also related to a form of asphyxia or compression stress?
It can be.
It can be. And can you just tell the jury briefly what the mechanism for that is?
A vagal, that usually causes a cardiac dysrhythmia as well.
Okay, and can that occur when there is some pressure on the vagal nerve?
Yes.
And where is the vagal nerve?
The vagus nerve is in the neck and upper portion of the chest.
So if something is putting pressure on the neck of an individual, that could result in this vagal reflex pathway or vaginal reflex issue that could result in sudden unexpected death.
Sure.
And that sudden unexpected death in that situation can occur, once again, in someone that simply has not manifested any physical problems to the observer.
Right, until the pressure is put on their neck.
Okay.
Sure.
And Dr. Atkinson, you know Dr. Mindy Hull, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And she is presently the Chief Medical Examiner of the Office of Chief Medical Examiner?
Correct.
I didn't say that right, but, and you're familiar with the fact that she has in fact presented to your colleagues at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner on causations involving and resulting in sudden unexpected death, aren't you?
Yes.
And so this topic of sudden unexpected death, you can find it in the research and you can find it in the experience of trained and professional medical examiners like yourself.
Of course.
So just to conclude, We can all agree, isn't it, that sudden unexpected death is rare, correct? Maybe I'm overstating that. I'm sorry.
People die suddenly quite often, but depending on what parameters you're talking about, in a young person that has no medical history, yes, it's rare.
Okay. It's rare for someone without medical history. You see it more often in the forensic setting than, say, someone sees it in just a non-forensic setting. Is that fair to say? Because that's part of your job.
Yes.
And it occurs in individuals who otherwise have never manifested any medical problem.
It can.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right ahead.
Thank you. Doctor, regarding the vagal reflex pathway and sudden unexpected deaths that result in that, how common is that in a healthy adult female with no medical history?
It depends on, definitely not common at all, but
In this case that you were working on, what evidence did you see of someone suffering from an injury to the vagal reflex pathway?
there was no evidence at all in this case
And,
of any type of death,
okay,
or at least there was no body to autopsy.
so that's kind of a follow-up question to that. There's no body to autopsy. What would you have looked at in the body if you were looking for, say, an issue with the vagal reflex?
Well, something like a cardiac channelopathy can't be diagnosed at autopsy, but it's a diagnosis of exclusion that we only ever would put on a death certificate because it's so rare. If we did a full autopsy that excluded injuries, that excluded toxicology as a possible cause of death, that excluded all the far more likely causes of natural death, like pulmonary embolism or heart disease. So without doing an autopsy to exclude all those things, a sudden arrhythmia disorder is at the very bottom of the list of possibilities.
What would you have looked at in a case to determine if someone died of hypoxia? In an autopsy, what would you have looked at?
That totally depends on what's causing the hypoxia. If it's a hanging or a strangulation, you would look for injuries of the neck, a ligature furrow on the neck. Other types of hypoxia would have other types of findings.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose a pulmonary embolism?
You can actually see the pulmonary embolism. It's a clot that usually comes from the leg veins and goes into the pulmonary arteries. And you can see that inside of the pulmonary arteries.
What would you look at during an autopsy to diagnose some neurological cause of death?
Other than sometimes seizures that have no findings at autopsy, you could see bleeding is a subarachnoid hemorrhage from a burst aneurysm, for example.
And when you do an autopsy, how do you see the bleeding around the brainstem?
You can just see it with your eyes and take photographs of it.
You earlier described a cardiac tamponade. Did I get that right?
Yes,
Okay. And again, that was bleeding into the pericardial sac.
yes,
Would that be painful?
it can be painful.
Now, with this matter, what access did you have to determine a manner of death regarding this case, which was 23, forgive me, I want to make sure I get your number right. Regarding case 230493, what did the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner have access to determine a cause of death?
We did not determine a cause or manner of death
And why didn't you determine the cause or manner of death?
because we had no body to autopsy.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed with you, does someone have to have a physical injury in order for these to come on?
No.
So these can occur without a physical injury.
Yes.
And when you've had access to autopsies to make these findings, have you ever seen a sudden unexpected death where there were no injuries?
Yes.
Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, you reviewed when you have access to a body for an autopsy, what do you get access to as far as medical records?
We investigate where the person might have ever gone for medical care, sometimes from family members that will tell us, and we request records from all of those places. If we don't know that information, we sometimes send out a blind request to a lot of hospitals in the area.
And with some of these sudden unexpected deaths, do you also get access to statements of people who see the decedent right before they die?
Yes.
And so does that help you with a diagnosis?
Yes, it does.
And did you have any access to any statements regarding Ms. Walshe before she died?
No.
With these sudden unexpected deaths that were reviewed through you, pulmonary, neurological, and the rest, how common are they with a healthy adult female?
How old is this?
39 years old?
They're very uncommon.
And on the effect of travel, there was some discussion of the effect of travel. And how would travel affect someone as far as a sudden unexpected death?
Generally, that refers to travel being a risk factor for pulmonary emboli or deep venous thrombosis, DVTs of the leg, and it usually occurs in very long flights where the person doesn't get up and move their legs.
How common is it in a flight, say that's 90 minutes?
Less common than a longer flight.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
If I heard you right, that sometimes sudden unexpected death that you looked at, there's no injury at all.
Correct.
Thank you, Doctor.
Doctor, you may step down. Thank you. May call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There was a little girl, I don't remember where she came from, somewhere in Europe. Anyway, her family came over to go to Disney World. They had this big Disney World vacation. And she was little. I don't remember, like 7, 8, 9, around that age. And the medical examiner, the chief medical examiner, I guess of Orange County, it was in Orlando. She also worked on the Casey Anthony case. And her last name is almost unpronounceable. She went by Dr. G. And she had a TV show called Dr. G Medical Examiner. And this is where I saw the case that she did on this little girl. She died unexpectedly at Typhoon Lagoon in Orlando. I don't know if she died on property or if she got sick and they took her to the hospital. Of course, Disney says nobody ever dies on property. Because what they do is when something happens, and they immediately take them to the hospital and they're declared dead at the hospital. But she couldn't figure out, for the longest time, could not figure out why this normal, healthy little girl died. And finally they figured out from the long plane flight that she went on to get here from wherever it was in Europe or Africa or wherever. It might have been South Africa. It was a little black girl. It might have been I don't remember exactly where she was from. But anyways, it was a very, very long flight, and she got a blood clot in her leg. And then, I guess from playing around, running and playing around at Typhoon Lagoon, it broke loose and it went to her heart and it killed her. Yeah. And she died. So, any time you are on a long flight, get up and walk around. That's like legal bites when she was pregnant, flew, because her husband is stationed overseas. You are more, when you're pregnant, you're at risk of blood clots. Your blood will clot more when you're pregnant. And she and her husband live overseas because I think he's in the Army. He's in the service. And so they were flying to California to visit her parents. And I told her, I said, you need to get up and walk as much as you can on that flight. Do not sit still that entire flight. And she didn't know that you could form blood clots more easily in pregnancy. And she was like, thank you for telling me that. Because I said, do not sit. Do not sit. And also Carrie Fisher, the actress Princess Leia, she was on a flight when she had the heart attack that killed her. Had she been closer to a hospital, even though they all have those automatic defibrillators on airplanes, if she had been on the ground and closer to, I'm not saying don't fly. I'm just saying, had she not been in an airplane going from England to America, because that's a long flight too, she probably would have lived. But she didn't get medical care fast enough to recover from the heart attack. So just take precautions. First off, don't do things that can cause a heart attack. I'm talking to the smokers in the chat now. And I can say that because I used to be one too. No prison time. Ugh. Do you know that might get a new trial because of her? It would have been federal anyway, though, right? So we wouldn't have been able to see it anyway. Misconduct in office, obstruction, and perjury. Probation and community service. I hope she has to serve that community service right there in that town where everybody knows her. I want her to be as embarrassed as heck.
Called Teresa Marchini.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Was I muted? Was I muted? Did you hear me explain that? Or was I muted the whole time? I need to figure this crap out. Okay. She tampered with the jury in the Murdaugh trial. Murdaugh unalived his wife and son because he had stolen money from his client. He was a lawyer that stole. Why can't you hear me now? I'm not muted now. I give up. I give up. It says I have microphone, and it says that it's working. Anyway, Becky Hill was a clerk of court, and she tampered with the jury because she wanted to write a book about him being guilty and all that. So he might get a new trial because she tampered with the jury, but he killed his wife and his son. But because she tampered with the jury, he might get a new trial. He's still going to be found guilty again, even if he gets a new trial. I'm almost positive of that. Okay, I'm good.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
I'm going to ask if you can pull the microphone closer to you because it will help keep your voice nice and loud. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Teresa Marchese, Marchese.
Where do you work, ma'am?
Washington, D.C.
For what company?
Tishman Speyer.
And what is your role at Tishman Speyer?
I'm a managing director in the Human Capital Management Group.
How long have you been with Tishman Speyer?
Over 20 years.
And what are your responsibilities as the director of the Human Capital Management Group?
A variety of areas. We focus on hiring, recruitment, benefits, employee relations, essentially the life cycle of your employment within the company.
And would this touch upon human resources?
Yes,
Now, what is Tishman Speyer's business?
primarily real estate.
I'd like to ask you some questions about Anna Walshe. Are you familiar with Anna Walshe?
Yes,
When did you first meet Anna Walshe?
when I interviewed her in November of 2021.
And what position were you interviewing her for?
She had applied for a role in Boston, regional general manager role there.
And was Ms. Walsh subsequently hired?
Yes,
For what role?
I hired her for a role in Washington, D.C.
And why'd you hire her for a role in Washington, D.C.?
We had a role open for quite some time that we were looking for was someone who had a hospitality background, which Anna had, and I thought she would be better suited.
And when was she offered the job in Washington?
She started with us in February 2022 in Boston.
In Boston?
Yeah.
How long was she in Boston for before she transferred to Washington, D.C.?
I believe a month-ish.
Now, in your office space in Washington, and we'll try and let that pass. It's going on. In that office space in Washington, where was Ms. Walsh's desk in relation to yours?
We are in an open floor plan, and so there are 4 seats per quad, I guess. She was about 2 in front of me, I guess.
Now, when she moved to the D.C. area, did you learn where she moved to?
I did.
Where did she move to roughly?
Friendship Heights.
And what was her compensation when she joined Tishman Speyer?
$220,000 base.
And on top of the base, was there potential for a bonus?
Yes.
Now, did she receive any benefits as a result of becoming a member of Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
What did she receive as far as life insurance?
2 times her annual salary.
And what company provided that policy?
We did. MetLife.
MetLife, thank you.
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would enter in the policy, the MetLife life insurance policy for Anna Walsh as a stipulated to exhibit.
All right, we're marking it as 190, the MetLife policy for Anna Walsh. Now in evidence.
How much was the life insurance policy for?
2 times her annual base salary.
And are you familiar with who the beneficiaries were of the policy?
Yes.
Who are the beneficiaries?
Her husband and her 3 children.
Now, what were her responsibilities in working at the Washington, D.C. office for Tishman Speyer?
She was hired as a co-head of the property management group.
Okay. And so did she have specific properties she had to manage in D.C.?
She spent most of her time with us at the crossing, but her job was not just that building.
Okay. What other buildings did she have to manage?
Essentially, she had oversight to an extent. She shared it with her counterpart for all of our assets. So there were, honestly, I can't remember at the time how many we have. We're probably 5, 6 now.
Okay. Was there a building called the Mazza Gallery or Galleria?
So Mazza was a development site
Yes.
that we had. It was formerly a mall. Tishman Speyer purchased it under the grounds that we would redevelop, turn it into apartments and some retail.
And did she have any interplay? Did she have any responsibilities over that project?
Yes,
And you had earlier stated the crossing as well?
correct.
What type of building was the crossing?
The crossing was a residential apartment building.
Now, in 2022, did the Tishman Speyer offices in D.C. close for the New Year's holiday?
Yes. So New Year's, our holiday schedule rotates,
Okay.
but I believe New Year's Eve that year we were closed, or it was a floating holiday,
Okay.
and then New Year's Day we're closed.
Okay. And now, when was it the first day that people returned back to the Washington, D.C. offices, if you know?
January 3rd.
January 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, while you worked with Ms. Walsh, was there any problems with her as far as her employment?
No,
Were there any safety concerns for her as far as her employment?
no,
Did she require any physical accommodations while she was employed with you?
no.
When was the last time you saw Anna Walsh?
It was December. It was the 15th, perhaps. We had a women's event in the office.
And at this event in December, I take it was 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And what was her demeanor like at this event?
Normal, happy, social.
And did you see any injuries on Ms. Walsh when you were with her that night or that day at the women's event?
No.
Now, when did you first learn that Anna Walsh was missing?
January 4th,
And how were you alerted that Ms. Walsh was missing?
a coworker came over to let me know that her husband had called the crossing team looking for her.
So with this information, what did you do to try and with this information, what did you decide to do?
I said, I'll reach out to him. Do you have a phone number?
Okay. And what was the name of the person you tried to reach out to?
Brian Walshe.
Now, Where did you go to try and reach out to him? Did you call him from your office?
I called him from my cell phone.
Okay. Did anyone go? Did you have anyone with you when you called him?
Yes.
Who was with you when you called him?
The first time I called, Jeff Chod was with me.
Who is Jeff Chod?
At the time, he was the head of our Washington, D.C. office.
And you said you called from your cell phone. About what time did you call Mr. Walsh that morning, January 4th?
Between 10 and 11?
Okay. And did you connect with him?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to ask you about that conversation. What did he tell you in that conversation about Anna Walsh being missing?
So I called, I introduced myself, I let him know who I was. And I just said how, I understand you're looking for Anna, like how can we help?
Okay. And what did he tell you?
He said, so I talked to him multiple times that day.
Certainly.
So I believe in our first conversation, he stated he hasn't seen Anna since the 1st or New Year's Day. And he was looking for her and wanted to see if any of us had heard from her. And he specifically said, we have only gone 24 hours or more without seeing each other once. And the last time she was, I'm paraphrasing, but annoyed with me for, looking for her too soon,
Okay.
essentially.
Now, he said he was looking for it. Did he say why he was looking for her in Washington?
Yes. He had said that there was a building emergency that she was called back for.
Were there any building emergencies in Washington, D.C. for the properties that Anna was managing at this point in time in January of 2023?
January of 2020, that date?
Well, between January 1st and January 4th of 2023.
I can confirm on January 1st, there was not.
Okay.
I'm not sure about
All right.
second, third, fourth.
So, but there were no emergencies on January 1st.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're having this conversation with him. Do you offer to do anything during this conversation to help?
Yes.
What did you offer?
I had stated, Anna had shared with me where she lives, and it's not too far from my home. I'm happy to go by and just check to make sure she hasn't fallen.
Now, what was his demeanor like during this first conversation?
He was polite and calm and nice.
And how long was the conversation?
A few minutes.
And after the conversation was over and you had made this offer, what did you do?
A coworker, the one who originally told me about the phone call from the crossing team, offered to drive up with me to the house. And so we did that.
During the conversation with Mr. Walsh, this first one, did you ask him anything about Anna's mental health?
I did.
And what did you ask?
I asked if she had any mental health issues.
And what did he say?
He said, no, we just had a lovely holiday, New Year's with friends.
So I take it at this point in time, you and the coworker went to Anna's home.
Correct.
And about what time do you think you got to Anna's home?
Between 10:30 and 11:30?
Okay. And again, it's your memory
Yeah.
that's controlling. So now, when you got to Ms. Walsh's home, what did it look like from the outside? What observations did you make?
Sure. It's a townhome.
Yes.
And so there were steps up to the front entrance. And so if you walk up the steps and you look on the left-hand side, there was an espresso box that was out, and it was wet.
Okay. So there was a wet Nespresso box, and had it rained recently? Or what's this?
Yeah,
What
so-
would have affected? What was the issue of the wet Nespresso box?
On Monday and Tuesday it had rained, but on Wednesday it had not. So that led me to believe Anna had not been out of her home
Okay. So,
day or before.
and I'm sorry I interrupted you. So you see this. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh at this point in time?
Yes. So I notified him about the box. I saw a Google camera, like a doorbell camera or just a camera. And I asked him if he had access to it to check the records.
Did he have any access to it?
He said Anna is the tech one in the family. He does not handle that stuff.
And did you ask him about how to try and get inside the house?
So I remember I believe I turned the doorknob and I told him it was locked. And I looked in the window because there's a glass panel.
Yes.
And just to see if it looked like anything was broken into, and it didn't. The house was pretty immaculate.
Okay.
And so I walked down the steps and there was a garage there, and he said, I have the garage code if you can check.
So were you able to get into the garage with the code?
Yes.
What did the garage look like?
The garage was pretty clean as well. There were a few boxes and a painting.
And was there a car in there at this point?
No.
Besides the boxes, did you see anything as far as seats or anything like that?
Yeah, so I saw either a car seat or a stroller. I don't remember right now.
And now, inside the garage, besides these objects, did you see anything out of order, anything broken or anything like that?
No.
And was there anybody in the garage when you got there?
Was there anyone in the garage?
Yeah, is there any
No.
person in the garage?
No.
And now we're going to compete with the heat. So I'm going to ask you can keep your voice up. All right.
Yeah.
So were you able to get inside the house?
No.
Okay. Why couldn't you get inside the house from the garage?
I just turned the doorknob to see if that was unlocked, and it was in fact locked.
So now you can't get inside the house. Do you have any further conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
Okay. And by the way, how are you calling him?
My cell phone.
Okay. And so now I want to ask you about the third conversation.
Okay.
When did this occur?
Either at my home, I believe was the third conversation.
Okay. And so what happened at this? So what happened between not getting into the house to the third conversation?
So on my way up to the house, I had spoken with our global head of security,
Yes. Who's that?
Hugh Dunleavy.
Okay.
He,
I'm going to
Brian-
ask you not to tell us what you and Mr. Dunleavy talked about,
okay,
but that you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
correct.
Okay. After the conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, what did you do?
I conferenced him into our call with Brian.
Okay. So now I want to ask you about that call. So did you conferenced Mr. Dunleavy into a call with Brian?
Correct.
So you'd already called Brian before getting Mr. Dunleavy on the call?
Yeah, I believe that was the second call, though.
Okay, the second call. So let me ask you about that second call, because I might have jumped ahead. With this conversation with Mr. Walsh, what was his demeanor like in the second conversation
So when Hugh joined,
prior to Mr. Dunleavy joining?
he was polite and calm and nice.
And what did you tell Mr. Walsh about bringing Mr. Dunleavy into this conversation?
I had said, Hugh is ex-Secret Service, and you'll be in great hands.
And what was his demeanor like at that point in time in the conversation?
He sounded like he was crying and said he needed a minute, and, very abruptly returned and said, okay.
And so at this point after that moment, what did you do as far as trying to conference in Mr. Dunleavy?
He was on the phone.
Okay. And So when Mr. Walsh was upset, was Mr. Dunleavy already on the call, or was it before he was on the call?
It was when he was on the call.
Okay. So that's when Mr. Walsh became upset, just so I have the timeline right?
Correct.
Okay. And what happened after Mr. Walsh composed himself in the conversation?
I believe Hugh and I started to ask him a series of questions.
Okay. Did you ask him anything about on his car?
Yes.
What did he tell you about on his car?
We asked the make and the model and the color. He told us it was a if he was on the deed or the mortgage, and if we call the police, if he would be able to grant permission to let someone in. And I believe he said he didn't know if he was on, he did not know if he was on the deed, but believed Anna was on the mortgage, I think.
Okay. And so did you ask him anything about how Anna traveled to DC?
I did.
What did he say?
So I had asked him myself without Hugh on our first conversation.
Yes.
When he told me that she had to leave for an emergency, and he told him she was flying to DC. And I had said on American, and he said American or JetBlue. I'm not sure which one.
During this conversation with you, Mr. Dunleavy and Mr. Walsh, what did you ask him about calling hospitals?
So back to the second conversation, Hugh and I again asked him how Anna typically came to DC.
Yes.
And at that point, he said he didn't know if she drove, train, flew. And I believe he said he thought she flew. Then, proceeding to ask questions, we asked if he has called any hospitals. And I let him know that I had asked someone in our DC office to call the local hospitals in DC. And she had called Sibley, Suburban, and GW, George Washington. And Anna was not there, and recommended he do the same in Boston.
And what did Mr. Dunleavy say to him? What was the conversation of calling the police?
Towards the end of the conversation, when we were going through what friends he may have reached out to, suggesting to call hospitals, Hugh had stated to hang up and call the police immediately.
And now, when was the next conversation with Mr. Walsh? Was this at your home?
Correct.
Okay. So this conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, this is part of conversation 2.
Correct.
Okay. So where did conversation 3 take place for you?
My dining room table.
Why did you go to your dining room table from the Walsh residence?
Sure. So after we hung up, I actually went to Starbucks first and called Hugh to say,
I'm not going to ask you what you said with Mr. Dunleavy. I apologize.
Right.
What I want to ask is more or less like your movements and where you went. So you went to Starbucks and you had a conversation with Mr. Dunleavy.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after having your conversation with Mr. Dunleavy, where did you go next?
My home.
Okay. Did anyone go with you to your home?
My coworker that drove me.
Okay. So then you're at your home. When is it, how long are you at home before you have your third conversation with Mr. Walsh?
So it was close to 1 p.m.
Okay. And what was the subject of this conversation? Can you tell us about it?
Yes. I can't recall. I know I spoke 4 times to him. I can't recall 3 or 4 if I called him or he called me, or if Hugh had asked me to call him.
Did he mention anything about filing a police report?
Yes.
What did he say?
So Brian called me to let me know that he had just hung up with the police and they were filing a police report.
And did he say anything about calling on his friends or acquaintances?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned he called someone named Alyssa and someone named Amdullah or Abdullah.
Okay. What was his demeanor like in this phone call?
Polite, calm, the same.
The same. What did he mention about private investigators?
At the end of the conversation, he had said his mother wanted to hire a private investigator.
Overruled.
Okay. And then, now, did you have a 4th phone call with him?
I did.
And about what time do you think the 4th phone call was?
I don't recall.
That's okay. And do you have any memory of the 4th phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What's your memory of the 4th phone call?
Give me a second.
It's okay.
At some point, I know was to text him Hugh's phone number.
Okay.
I know we were talking about the hospitals, friends, private investigator. Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if the private investigator was on the 4th call or the 3rd, so we might have blended, yeah.
Understandable. It's been 3 years. Now, ma'am, in addition to having phone calls, did you have any other ways of communicating with the person you thought to be Brian Walshe that day?
There were text messages.
There were text messages. Your Honor, may I approach with Exhibit 163?
You may.
Ma'am, can you take a look at Exhibit 163? It's 2 pages. It's front and back.
Okay. No.
Do those appear to be your text messages between you and the number that you thought to be Brian Walsh's?
Yes.
If you could just say that into the microphone.
Yes.
Okay. So, when you were texting him, and he was texting you, there was a reference to, in the last text, are there Tishman-inspired personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks. Did you respond to that text?
I did not.
So that was the last communication you had with Mr. Walsh.
Correct.
Now, were there any further phone calls after that?
After the January 5th text message? No.
Yeah, okay, exactly. So there's no further communication with Mr. Walsh after the January 5th text message?
Correct.
Had you ever talked to Anna Walsh about having the children in DC, her children in DC?
Yes.
What did she tell you about having her children in DC?
We talked a few times about it. I'd say the first time was when she was, taking the offer and moving. We
Yes.
would talk about different areas and schools. And she had said that she would probably bring them down. I think the first time was in the summer. which made sense when they get out of school.
And was there a subsequent conversation about the children coming down after the summer?
Yeah, so I believe in the summer or at an event, we had chatted, and she had mentioned to me that they'd be coming down in September.
And were there any further conversations after September about the children moving down to DC?
No.
Okay. Now, after seeing Anna Walshe at the women's event for Tishman Speyer in December, have you seen Anna Walshe since?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam?
Good morning.
Morning.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but basically what you do, Tishman Speyer is in human resources.
Yes.
And what was the title that you told the jury?
Managing director.
Could I ask you to speak up?
Managing director.
Attorney Tipton, can I ask you to speak up?
You certainly, I'm going to move back here. I apologize, Judge. And as part of your role as the Managing Director of Human Resources, you are responsible for, or your office is for keeping track of sick days and things like that of your employees.
We have systems that we use to keep track of days for our employees.
And one of the items of information that you provided to investigators in this case was Anna Walshe's information regarding 6 days she had taken, correct?
A document I provided? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes.
And that document only goes up to December 7th, doesn't it? It doesn't extend into the full month of December, does it?
I don't recall.
And do you recall that those that Anna Walshe took sick days beginning sometime in December 1st, and her reason for it was attending to her mother's surgery? Do you remember that?
I do not recall if they were sick days or vacation days.
Okay. In any event, did she ever inform you that she was going to go to Dublin?
No.
And so, as far as you know, in all the records you have regarding Anna Walshe, there's nothing to indicate that she ever went to Dublin, as
No.
far as you sit here today.
No.
Okay. And you mentioned the crossing a few times in your testimony. Can you just tell the jury once again, what is the crossing when you refer to that?
The Crossing is a residential apartment building that we own in Washington, D.C.
And how many units does it have? Approximately.
800?
Okay. And is it fair to say that the Crossing is considered to be pretty much kind of a high-end residence in the D.C. area?
It's your standard modern apartment building with amenities and a pool, rooftop pool. If that is high end, yes.
Okay. All right. And it's fair to say that you, if I heard you right, that were your offices at the Crossing?
No,
But you mentioned that you were at the Crossing at various times.
I did not mention that I was at the Crossing various times.
Then I misunderstood you.
I have been to the Crossing, yes.
Okay. And as part of your role as human resource and the managing director, you would be aware of the fact that if there were in fact problems at various buildings, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Are you aware, if I may, Judge? When it comes to human resources, is it fair to say that if there's a problem with an employee's performance, human resources would hear about it and deal with it.
Correct.
And if, for instance, the tenants of a particular property that was managed by Tishman Speyer were complaining about something at the properties, and they were complaining about some of the management that was occurring at the properties, you'd hear about it, and you would be involved in trying to deal with whatever problem was being reported.
Human resources team would be involved. Me specifically, not a guarantee.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. You're aware of the fact that on or around October of 2022, there was a Legionnaire health issue that was raised by the Department of Health for the District of Columbia at the crossing.
I had heard that there was an issue with Legionnaires.
Okay, and in fact, eventually at the crossing, on or around October, November, and leading into December of 2022, the Department of Health of DC required that notices be placed at the crossing informing the tenants that there had been 2 cases of Legionnaire's disease associated with the crossing.
What's the question?
You're aware of that, aren't you?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that Anna Walshe was dealing with the Department of Health of DC, dealing with this Legionnaire's issue that had been detected at the crossing?
I am aware that as part of Anna's role, she would interact if this were an issue. I do not specifically know if she emailed, if she spoke to someone, if others were involved. Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked for IDK.
Okay.
And do not read it, but I'm just asking for you to look at it and tell us if you've ever seen that.
So you don't want me to read it out loud, but I can read it to myself.
Yes.
Okay.
Review it yourself. Do not read it.
Okay. Is there something you want me to look for?
I'm going to ask you if
Okay.
you've had time to review it.
I mean,
And I'm not going to ask you details. I'm just going to ask you one simple question.
sure.
Have you ever seen that letter before?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. You could have, but you might not remember it.
Correct? Yeah.
And then are you aware that that is posted on, yes or no, posted on the Tishman Speyer website?
No.
Are you aware of the fact, and I'm just going to approach you, are you aware of any tenant association meetings where they complained about the performance of Anna Walshe in conjunction with the information in that letter?
I am aware that there were tenant association meetings. I am not aware that they complained specifically about Anna.
Okay. You are aware, though, if I understanding your answer, that the tenants were complaining. You're just not sure if they were complaining about Anna Walshe.
There were quite a few complaints
Okay.
from the tenants for a variety of issues.
Okay. Dealing with the management of the crossing location.
Various things that happened at Crossing.
And does that include? Does that include an issue that arose around the middle part of 2022?
Hang on a minute, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, is this Jen or Mike? I'm having sound issues today, but I redid my description and I redid my titles, and all I did to my thumbnail was just put a live thing on it. Thank you for your help. Jen, hey. This is my Christmas angel, you guys. So I'm using the microphone. Remember I showed you the mic? I'm using my phone as the camera. I'm using the mic on the phone because they can't hear me with the mic. And if I use my earbud mic, it sounds funny. I gotta get a new mic.
Where the FBI became involved in the arrest of 2 residents living at the crossing.
What is the question?
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
The only problem is I have to mute it because when the court sound is going on, it's an echo. But if this sounds good, but then if I want to talk, I have to pause court, which is going to drag everything out. I can't even make, like a short little comment, because then everybody's like, what'd you say, Debbie? We can't hear you. And every once in a while, I'll make like a 1-word comment, and I can't just stop the stream for that. I've been typing it in. If it's just something short. Wait, we're still on. Did I miss anything stupid? He's crossing her now. I had to go cancel a doctor appointment.
So just yes or no if you can. Are you aware of the FBI becoming involved, and without going into details about it, the FBI being involved in some arrest of 2 individuals who lived at the crossing?
Yes.
See, I'm still muted. This defense attorney is an idiot. I had to cancel a doctor's appointment. Did he say anything stupid with this witness? Like, this is the man that doesn't know the difference between a Facebook post and a Facebook Messenger DM. This is the dumbest defense attorney I've ever seen.
Okay. And once again, that occurred when Anna Walshe was assigned to manage the crossing.
It occurred in April. Mm-hmm. I do not remember if Anna was physically there when it happened or if she came within a week or 2 of that, but she was working on that situation with us. Okay. Yes.
Now, there are certain benefits, employee benefits that Tishman Meyer Spire provides to his employees, correct?
Correct.
And we already know that you provided life insurance at 2 times their base salary, correct?
Correct.
And the beneficiary on this particular policy involved Mr. Walshe and the 3 boys, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's other benefits that accrue to the employees, like Anna Walshe, and it's health benefits, correct? Health insurance?
Correct.
And in fact, isn't it true that Tishman Spire also offers to some of its employees a discounted rental rate at some of your properties if they choose to live there? They get a little bit of a discount.
Not 100% accurate.
Okay, tell us what, you explain it.
They're at the crossing, mm-hmm. and perhaps, actually, I don't know all of the city's rules. At the crossing, yes, there was a discount provided to 2 employees, I believe.
Okay, so a discount provided if they chose to reside at the crossing.
Correct.
Okay. And there's also, with regards to benefits, and in your capacity as the Managing Director of Human Resource, that in fact, you have to kind of set forth what you want as benefits for the next year, so to speak. And that usually occurs around November of the preceding year. Is that fair to say?
Open enrollment?
Open enrollment.
Yes.
Okay. And your policies state that if there is a qualifying change in status, then some of the things like the benefits that your employees receive, like life insurance or anything, something like that, that they can then change some of their benefits. For instance, they could change their beneficiary, they could change their health insurance, who gets health insurance, correct? They can change it.
You're referring to during open enrollment?
I'm actually, yes, well, let's start with that. In open enrollment, yes, I'm asking you that.
Okay. During open enrollment, you can make changes to your medical, dental, vision plan. Life insurance and long-term disability are typically, long-term disability is a one-time deal, typically, when you are hired. There are occasions on certain years where we may work with the carriers to allow employees to have another open enrollment opportunity. I do not recall if that happened on his tenure with us. Life insurance is given to everyone upon hire. There is an opportunity to purchase supplemental life insurance. That is typically upon hire. And then there are some, similarly, we may do an open enrollment for it. And depending on your election amount, it may be automatic or you may be required to do additional questionnaire. And then there are other benefits such as transit or different things along those lines as well.
Okay, now aside from open enrollment in that particular area, if someone needs to change something later on, they could only change it if there was a qualifying change in status event, correct?
Qualifying life event.
Okay, and one of those events includes divorce.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Anna Walshe never brought up, raised, discussed with Human Resources anything about what would happen if she got a divorce or anything of the sort.
Correct.
Sustained as to form.
To the best of your knowledge, Anna Walshe never came to Human Resources and discussed anything with regards to a divorce and her benefits that she received from Spire. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yes.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that Anna Walshe worked long hours.
I don't understand why there's an objection to that. It's leading, but it's cross. It's leading, but it's cross, so it's okay. And she's HR. So if she was considering getting a divorce, that would be a life change. She would need to change the beneficiary on her life insurance, because if they're divorced, she doesn't want Brian to get the money. She'd still want the kids to get the money. So she would have to change it to an executor of her estate in order for the minor children to get the money if something were to happen to her. So I don't understand why the objections are getting sustained. See, this is when I feel bad because I'm not a lawyer. I can't explain things to you. I don't understand why this objection keeps getting sustained. Because I don't know what he's asked, why it's wrong. I understand why this guy is not right most of the time. But this time I don't understand, because that's who she would need to go to, I think. Doesn't HR, aren't they the one that handles like your life insurance? And it's been so long since I worked, I don't remember. Wouldn't she be the person to go to?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
At times, we're not hourly, not everybody is hourly employees. Anna was not an hourly employee. At times, she could stay late or come early.
All right, and she would just be required to manage those properties, and sometimes she had to work long hours, I suppose, to manage those properties and deal with the problems with the properties.
She had a team
Okay.
on site to support. But there are occasions where I'm sure she stayed later or came early.
Was the first time you ever had a conversation that you recall with Mr. Brian Walshe, was that on January 4th?
Yes,
You had never talked to him before?
correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, Brian Walshe had never called Human Resources and asked about what benefits he had or to ask to change the benefits that Anna Walsh had, did he?
Correct.
You mentioned a name of Jeff Chod. I probably said that last name wrong.
Chad,
Okay. What is his role at Tishman Speyer?
he is no longer with the company.
What was his role in 2022?
He was the head of our Washington, D.C. region.
And did he, in fact, work with or supervise Anna Walsh?
Yes,
And would he be somebody that somebody might contact if they wanted to get in touch with Anna Walsh?
not necessarily.
But that would be somebody that worked with her and supervised her, correct?
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, do you know if Brian Walsh ever reached out and tried to contact Jeff Chod?
I do not know.
To the best of your knowledge, let me ask it a different way. Was Human Resources and your team, were they also involved in assessing some employees' performance so they would be entitled to receive a bonus based on their performance?
You're asking if the HR team determines bonuses.
Well, let's ask it that way then. You can answer that yes or no.
The
if you
HR
can.
team is part of the process.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fair. And it's a better way of putting it. So let me ask you this. So Human Resources it would be a process to evaluate someone's performance to make a determination of whether they got a bonus during a year.
Yes, there's a formal process.
And so complaints about poor performance would have a negative impact or a possible negative impact on someone receiving a bonus.
It could.
It could. And it depends on what the complaint was and what everybody on this team considered and discussed, correct?
Everybody on the HR team
Yes. And
considered and discussed. It's a very broad statement. So are we focused on Anna or just our company?
your company policy in general. I'm not focused on that right now.
Okay. Then what was the question again?
That there's a team put together at Tishman Speyer, and part of their role is to evaluate whether someone's performance warrants them getting a bonus in salary for a particular pay period.
There are multiple people involved. Yes.
And so they evaluate the performance.
Compensation.
Okay. And Anna Walsh, being an employee, would also have her performance evaluated to determine if she would receive a bonus?
Yes.
Can I just have a second?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
Brief, Your Honor. And the Friday after Thanksgiving, is that a holiday for Tishman-Speyer?
It is a floating holiday, which means typically the corporate office is closed and those employees are not required to work. But there are people in property management and some hourly roles that may be required pending the building leases, essentially.
Could Anna observe that as a floating holiday?
Say that again?
Could Anna Walsh observe the Friday after Thanksgiving as a floating holiday?
She could, yeah.
Do you know if Anna Walsh received bonuses as a result of her compensation at Tishman-Speyer?
She did.
What type of employee was Anna Walsh?
She received, she was a good employee. She was on time or early.
Okay.
She,
these various complaints from the crossing, did that have any impact on Anna's compensation?
from the tenants at the crossing?
Yes.
No.
What about the FBI raid that occurred within weeks of her starting? Did that have any effects on her? Or her perception as a good employee at Tishman-Speyer?
Anna had nothing to do with that FBI raid.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross? The witness may step down. Thank you. Almost may call us next. 11:03. Head out for your morning break. Be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise in court, please. Here's close your notebooks. Me.
I thought she said she was. I thought she said she interviewed her for the job. But then she said when they worked, their desks or whatever were right next to each other, or like front and back to each, or something like that. But Anna wasn't HR. So, I don't know. I'm confused.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
May I proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall data school.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, could you state your name for the record?
My name is Davis Gould, spelled D-A-V-I-S, last name G-O-U-L-D.
And you previously testified in this matter, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. First question I want to ask you, sir, is during your testimony, you stated you went to what crime lab to put the evidence into the LIMS system?
I stated I went to the Danvers State Police Crime Laboratory.
And subsequently, you had the opportunity to reflect on that. What crime lab did you go to?
The Sudbury location.
Why did you initially think you went to Danvers?
The Danvers location is closest to Peabody. That's the lab I typically respond to after I go to scenes. Sudbury houses larger evidence storage and drying cabinets, so upon reflection, I went to that location in order to submit the quantity of evidence I had for drying.
So speaking of that, I want to ask you, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
Thank you. I'm putting a piece of parchment paper on the witness bench, and I'm showing you what was marked as Exhibit 131. I'm going to ask you to put on some gloves. Sir, can you state what Exhibit 131 says on the exterior of the bag?
Yes, it says black jacket with pair of black socks and bracelet from bag number 1.
All right. Now, when you were in court the other day and testifying, you didn't pull the black jacket out upon my request. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct.
All right. Now, that bag, can you open it up and pull out the black jacket?
Yes.
Besides the jacket, sir, which you're putting in the bag, is there anything else in the bag?
No.
Okay. You can put the jacket back in the bag. I'm going to grab Exhibit 131 back for you. I'm going to put that over by the evidence. What was done with Exhibit 131, sir?
This item was placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry at the Sudbury Crime Laboratory.
What about the socks and the bracelet?
Those were also placed into a drying cabinet in order to dry.
What was done with the socks and the bracelet that were originally in the bag with the jacket?
After a period of a few days, in order for the items to dry, the evidence control unit repackaged those items that were now dry into their own individual brown paper bags.
All right, I'm showing you now, sir, what was marked as Exhibit 134, brown paper bag containing a bracelet. Can you look inside that, sir?
Yes.
Is there a bracelet inside there?
Yes, there is.
Now, what did you do to confirm that that was the bracelet that was from the jacket pocket of Exhibit 131?
The chain of custody in our laboratory information management system, the LIMS program, shows the history of the item going into the drying cabinet and then being taken out after drying several days later and packaged into its individual brown paper bag by the evidence control unit.
And is that a protocol of what happens to an item once it's placed in a drying cabinet?
Correct. That's standard lab policy to then separate the individual items after they're dry.
And did you do anything as far as looking at additional photographs to confirm?
I did, yes.
What did you do?
I looked at the lab photographs from the bench analysis that was done on the large bag labeled black jacket, socks, and bracelet, and the only item at the time of analysis was the black jacket inside of the bag.
And I'm handing you another brown paper bag, and I'm going to ask you to recognize the item inside.
Yes, I do.
Were those the black socks found by the black jacket that were put into the initial bag you packaged in Peabody that night?
Yes, they are.
And what were done with those socks?
Those socks were also placed into a drying cabinet, just like the other two items.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with the black socks marked as the next exhibit drawing.
Any objection? Black socks are now in evidence as Exhibit 191. Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any
No.
cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Hugh Dunleavy.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
So I just have fun, sir.
Yes, you can. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Hugh, middle initial G, Dunleavy, Dunleavy.
And where were you working in January of 2023?
Tishman Spire.
And what was your title at Tishman Spire?
I'm the Chief Security Officer at Tishman Spire.
And what is your current title?
Chief Security Officer.
And what are your responsibilities?
Physical security for the most part. I do a bit of executive protection, crisis management, so forth.
And what have your previous work experience been to obtain the position that you have at Tishman Spire?
Prior to working at Tishman Spire, I was a Secret Service agent
And how long were you a Secret Service agent?
from until 2014, 1993 until 2014.
And does Tishman Spire have real estate holdings in DC, and did they in January of 2023?
It does.
And in your work for Tishman Spire, did you know Anna Walshe?
I did.
How did you know her?
She was a coworker assigned to our DC region.
And where did you sit in relation to Anna Walshe?
It's an open workspace in our DC regional office. Our workstations were probably 10 feet apart from each other.
And what were Anna's specific work projects?
Anna was responsible for our residential properties, specifically in DC.
And were there any specific properties that she was responsible for that you were aware of?
DC Crossing was the major one. In Southeast DC, there was another property under construction called Mazza Galleria, again, under construction.
And in your capacity as Chief Security Officer, would you be apprised of security concerns for your buildings and employees?
I would.
And in your capacity as the Chief of Security for Tishman Spire, are you responsible for employee safety and security?
I am.
Would you be aware of threats on employees?
I would, yes.
And were you aware of any specific threats against Anna Walshe when she worked for you?
No.
What happened when you came to work on January 4th of 2023 in regard to Anna Walshe?
Around mid-morning, late morning, started hearing rumblings of, hey, does anybody know where Anna is? We can't find Anna. Sort of looking for Anna Walshe.
And as a result of not hearing or seeing Anna Walshe, what did you do?
Sent Anna a quick health and welfare text message about 10:57 in the morning.
And how did you do that?
Just a text from my phone to hers.
And was that text received?
I couldn't tell if it was received. It normally says delivered or read. In this instance, it did not.
And as you were reaching out via text, were you aware of other people in your company doing things in relation to looking for Anna Walshe?
I was, yes.
And on that same day, at that same time, did you have an opportunity to speak with Brian Walshe?
I did.
And how did that conversation occur?
I have a coworker. Her name is Ms. Teresa Marchese. She works as an executive in our Human Resources Division. Ms. Marchese had been in contact with Mr. Walshe, and she conferenced me in on a call she had with Mr. Walshe.
Do you know what time that call was?
Sometime after 10:57, after the text, late morning.
And so once you were on the phone, that conference call, what was initially said about you?
Just introductions. It was mostly Teresa introducing me to Mr. Walsh as Anna's husband, and Teresa introduced me to Mr. Walsh as the chief security officer. And I believe she said either former law enforcement or former Secret Service.
And what was Anna Walsh's husband's demeanor initially?
Initially, very cordial. Hello, how can I help you? Very calm.
And at some point, did that stay the same or change or something else?
It did. Very quickly when I started asking about Anna, his demeanor changed. He got very emotional, unintelligible, to the point where I had to ask him to calm down so I could just understand what he was saying.
And was he able to do that?
He was, yes.
And how long do you think he was unintelligible for?
It was quick, 20 to 30 seconds at most. He was quickly able to reestablish his composure and regain the conversation.
And could you please tell me what Mr. Walsh told you during that phone call? How did that phone call go?
It was, again, very cordial. His demeanor was good. He regained his composure, and when I started asking, hey, when was the last time you saw Anna? What was her location? Words to that effect.
And what did he tell you about the last time he saw Anna?
He indicated he had seen Anna sometime either late on the 31st or early on the 1st of January.
And why did he say she had left?
He indicated that there was a work emergency and that she had left the house en route back to our DC region.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about the amount of time that he had not been in contact with her?
I asked him very specifically when was the last time he spoke to his wife. He said, I noted that it was the 4th of January, and the last time he'd seen his wife was on the 1st. Said it was 3 days. Is that normal? He indicated it was not atypical for them to not speak for several days, but he was now calling work to find out where she was.
And what, if anything, was discussed about the work emergency?
Again, that was coming from Mr. Walsh. He indicated it was a work emergency. He was non-specific. He didn't know the nature of it. I spoke to Mr. Walsh, said I was unaware of a work emergency that would necessitate bringing Anna back to DC. I said I would check, but I was unaware of any emergency at the residential properties in DC.
Did you check?
I did.
Did you discover a work emergency?
I did not.
What else did you discuss during the course of that conversation?
I asked him if he believed his wife was headed to DC, how she got there. Did she fly? Did she take a train? How did she get to the airport or the train station?
And what did he say?
He was unaware. He indicated he did not know.
And what else did you talk about during that conversation?
I asked if he had any mechanism, like most of us have, to find your family in the event of emergency, find my iPhone. I said, do you use that technology with your wife? He said, no, I do not.
What else did you discuss?
I discussed that it was imperative that it was, again, now the 4th. He tells me the last time he saw his wife is on the 1st. It was imperative that he reach out to local law enforcement. I asked him, had he done that? And he said, no, not yet. I told him that he must. I advised him that he should, as soon as we hang up the phone, call his local law enforcement. I asked him what department was the local department. He didn't know. I asked him where he lived. He said Cohasset. And I told him, I said, Mr. Walsh, as soon as we hang up, I'm going to call Cohasset Police Department and report your wife missing. I advise you to do the same.
And what did he say?
He said, I will.
Did you ask him what, if anything, he had done besides call work?
He indicated that he was going to call other family and friends.
Mr. Dunleavy, what name did you use when you spoke with him?
My given name, Hugh Dunleavy.
Do you use any nicknames currently?
Not professionally, no.
So what else did you do in hopes of finding Anna Walshe that day?
Very quickly, other than calling Cohasset Police Department, we did a health and welfare check of Anna's known DC residents. We contacted Washington, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, and I asked 2 officers to meet me there.
And that was that January 4th date?
That was later in the afternoon.
Okay. And so who did you go to the DC home with?
Teresa Marchese was already en route there. I advised Teresa not to go in yet, wait for law enforcement. I also took 2 engineers with me to the residence.
And why did you need 2 engineers with you?
With the assumption we knew we didn't have a key, although Teresa indicated she did have the garage code to the townhouse. The engineers were there in the event that we needed to access the interior of the house. They could drill the locks if necessary.
And who did those engineers work for?
They worked for Tishman Speyer.
And at some point, did you again speak to Mr. Walshe?
I did.
And where was that?
Outside of Anna's DC residence.
And how did that come about?
I texted Mr. Walsh, based, I believe, on a number that I got from Teresa, to have him call me.
And how was his demeanor when you spoke?
Very calm, very cooperative.
And why did you want to speak with him?
I needed consent for the officers to go inside the residence to do that health and welfare.
And so who did Mr. Walshe speak with?
I told them that MPD police officers were with me. I handed my phone to the officers. The officers engaged Mr. Walsh directly, and I'm assuming he gave verbal consent to them yet.
And when you say MPD, can you just define that?
Sure, my apologies. Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, MPD.
Thank you. And after the conversation with Mr. Walshe, what next happened?
They gained access, so a cursory search of the outside of the townhouse indicated no forced entry. They gained access through the garage with the garage code that was provided. The interior garage door was locked.
And then what happened?
They asked the engineers to drill the lock to allow MPD into the residence.
And did that happen?
They did.
And what did the police then do?
I'm sorry, say again?
What did the police then do, sir?
They went into the residence by themselves.
Okay. And where were you?
Myself, Teresa, and the engineers remained outside the residence.
And how long were the police inside?
Not long, I would say 15 minutes approximately.
And did you watch the police come outside?
I did.
And who did the police return outside with?
No one, by themselves.
Did you see Anna Walshe?
I did not.
Did anyone seek assistance that day?
No.
So after the initial text and phone conversation to get into the house, did you have any other communication with Mr. Walshe?
Later in the day, sometime around 5 p.m., he texted me asking if I had found Anna's car.
And was Anna's car at the townhouse?
It was not.
Did you begin an investigation into the location of the car?
I did.
And were you able to locate the car?
I was.
Where did you locate that car?
At DC Crossing, Southeast DC.
And how did you find the car?
We asked the property management staff there to go down to the garage. They were able to locate the vehicle in the garage. We also pulled video evidence of her entering the garage.
And in your capacity, were you able to review that in terms of her being there on a certain date?
I was.
And what date was that?
On about the 30th of December.
Do you remember a time for that generally?
I don't know. It was dark. I don't remember the time.
Okay. In your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of how employees of Tishman Speyer gain access to your buildings?
I am.
And how do they?
Standard access control technologies, whether that's a proximity card or an access device that's on your phone, those access records are date stamped, time date stamped,
And how is that data maintained?
electronically.
And when is that maintained?
Usually locally on a server at whatever property that these access control records are maintained.
And is that maintained in real time?
It is.
And when was the last time that Anna used her access to a Tishman Speyer building?
On or about the 30th of December.
And in your capacity as Director of Security, are you aware of emails, phones, and corporate credit cards issued to employees of Tishman Speyer?
I am.
And are Tishman Speyer employees routinely issued email accounts?
They are.
And what email does your company use?
The domain name is @tishmanspire.com.
And was Anna provided an email?
She was.
And how is that data maintained?
Electronically.
And did you determine the last time that she used her work email?
I did.
And when was that? For a non-recurring account, for a non-recurring email?
On or about, again, the 30th of December.
Okay. And was Anna issued a work laptop for Tishman Speyer?
She was, yes.
And what type of work laptop generally was she issued?
We are generally issued a Microsoft type laptop, not a personal, not a tower, but a laptop.
A laptop. And you said Microsoft, meaning not an Apple product?
No, generally not Apple products or issues.
Okay. And did Anna have a corporate phone?
She did.
Are certain Tishman Speyer employees provided corporate credit cards?
They are.
And was Anna Walshe provided a corporate credit card?
She was actually provided 2
Through what?
through American Express.
And did you determine the last time that she used her corporate credit card for a non-recurring charge?
Non-recurring is again on or about the 30th of December.
Of 2022?
That's correct.
And would you know or be notified if Anna used email or her American Express corporate card?
As part of that investigation, I contacted our IT staff and asked them to notify me in the event that she logged in, used the credit card, tried to communicate it all on our work networks.
And did you keep her car in the DC Crossing building for some time?
Her car was maintained there for some time, yes.
Okay. And what was done with her license plate?
Ultimately, when the car was recovered, we recovered everything, the entire contents of the vehicle, to include the license plates. They were maintained, stored in boxes in our offices until they were released to law enforcement.
Mr. Dunleavy, have you seen Anna Walshe since you began looking for her on January 4th of 2023?
I have not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
Ross? No question. You may step down, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would call Patricia Patterson.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you just please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Patricia Patterson, Patterson.
And where are you employed, ma'am?
Walgreens,
And which store is that?
the one in Cohasset.
And where is that located?
Cohasset, Massachusetts.
What's the address?
Oh, 767 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Thank you. And how long have you worked there?
24 years.
And what is your role at the Walgreens in Cohasset?
I'm a shift lead.
And what was your role in January of 2023?
Shift lead.
And what are your responsibilities as the shift lead?
Run the store, open, close.
And do you have responsibilities in terms of surveillance systems?
Yes.
Thank you. Maybe if you could just push the microphone a little bit closer. Thank you
Yes.
so much. Thank you. So does Walgreens have a surveillance system at store 118 in Cohasset?
Yes.
And did they in January of 2023?
Yes.
And does Walgreens maintain its surveillance video in good faith?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the cameras at your store?
They're for surveillance to watch people come in and out and make sure nobody steals. And
And do the cameras at your store record in real time?
yes.
And where were the cameras in your store located?
There's one at the front door. There's one facing the front registers. And there's one down near the pharmacy.
And where is the footage stored?
Through a locked door in a locked cabinet.
And who has the code and the keys for all of that?
My boss.
And does the shift lead also have access to that area?
Yes.
And did you allow law enforcement access to your surveillance system on January 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the footage that you allowed law enforcement to access?
Yes.
And did you recognize that footage?
Yes.
And did you also recognize the sales associate in the footage as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize that thumb drive?
Yes.
And I'd ask that you to look at it.
Yep.
I'm going to turn it around.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And what do you recognize on this, ma'am?
That I signed it.
And do you recognize this to be your signature of the thumb drive that you viewed?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as Exhibit 192.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we now play this for the jury.
192 can be published.
Ms. Stillman, I ask you just to stop right there. And Ms. Patterson, I ask if you could just tell me the date and the time on the top.
It is January 1st, 2023 at 1540.12.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Ms. Patterson, does Walgreens also have receipts?
Yes.
Are receipts provided for customers and also maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Does Walgreens provide receipts and keep them in good faith, not altering them?
Yes.
And when is a receipt created?
Once you make the payment, the receipt comes out.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Patterson, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is the receipt from the day that Mr. Walsh came into the store.
Your Honor, I ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection. The receipt from 1/1/23 is in evidence from Walgreens as 193. You may.
Ms. Patterson, what is this receipt for?
It is for anti-itch Band-Aids and Walgreens Max triple antibiotic cream.
And what is the date of the receipt?
1/1/2023 at 3:39 p.m.
And how much is the transaction for?
2102.
And how were the items paid for?
A Visa.
Thank you. And who was the cashier?
Donna.
And was that the woman who was in the video?
Yes.
And who was the operator?
Me, Patty.
And what does that mean?
It means that I printed the receipt.
Thank you very much.
Any cross? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth will call Joseph Caesars.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Joseph Caesars, Cesarz.
And where do you work, sir?
I work at Vin and Liquors in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
How long have you worked at Vin and Liquors?
About 20 years.
And what do you do at Vin and Liquors?
I'm store manager.
And where is Vin and Liquors located in Swampscott, Mass?
It's on Paradise Road or Route 1A, right next to Whole Foods.
And you say right next to Whole Foods. What does it have as far as a parking lot connecting?
Uh-oh.
Everybody up?
We lost our signal.
Just looking at the technology portion.
Hold on 1 second. suppose that's what happens when you're in a building that is this age. We need to be a little bit more sympathetic to her age. So we're not back up on the ability to show exhibits. Is that the only thing that's impacted? FTR is running. Sure. And you can get up and move about if you wish.
FTR's still on.
Does this happen? Yeah, break it.
It happens on
So all the necessary essentials are going. That is, FDR is going, our computers are going. What's not going is the screens. So I prefer to just keep on keeping on. And that means that if we have to hand pass, earlier I mentioned to you, or I suggested to one of the lawyers, I don't recall who, that we could do it the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way means you pass it. Very well. So that's what we'll do. To the extent that it's video, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, sir, I think I was about to ask you, as far as the parking lot for Vin and Liquors, what access does it have to Whole Foods?
It shares the entrance and exit.
Now, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
Yes, he was a fairly regular customer of ours.
Do you see him here today?
I do, yep.
Could you identify him for the court, identifying a piece of art by an article of clothing he might be wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit.
And could you just point to him, sir?
He's right there.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
How many times have you met Mr. Walshe?
Dozens. He's would come to the store fairly frequently on the weekends.
And when he would come in, would you have any conversations with him?
Yeah, he would kind of hang out and kind of talk with the different managers, and we would all kind of know him. He would spend a little bit more time than a regular customer. He would just kind of hang out. Like
Okay.
he didn't really have anything else to do.
Now, I think we're about to cross the bridge, but I'm going to start trying. Sir, what does your store have as far as surveillance videos for the exterior of it?
We have extensive surveillance cameras on all corners. We have cameras on the loading dock, dumpsters, entrance, and then inside. We have about 40 cameras total.
Now, sir, these cameras, what are they? Are they film or electric, or are they like digital? Are they downloading anything? Where does
Digital. They're downloaded to a server.
Okay, and who has access to the server?
Just myself and the owner.
And I take it that it's downloading to the server immediately as soon as it's recording?
Correct.
And, sir, these videos, are they maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they maintained in good faith?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to produce videos to law enforcement in this matter?
I did.
And have you reviewed them before coming in here today?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize this drive I'm handing you?
Yes,
Is that a drive that you reviewed with videos from Bin and Liquors?
it is.
And looking at the back side of the tag, are those your initials on it?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the drive with the videos marked as the next exhibit from Bin and Liquors.
Any objection? It's a thumb drive, yes?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Drive from Vinton's Liquors footage is now in evidence as 194.
Your Honor, with the court's permission and with hopefully a working television, could we publish these videos?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm asking you to publish what's labeled as Video Channel 52. Pause, if I may, Ms. Gilman. Sir, where is this in relation to your store?
This is the front of the store, the parking lot.
Okay.
So, yeah, right in the front of the store.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue to play. Ms. Gilman, can we have, and sir, before we play the next video, on the screen, when you look towards the right-hand side, where does that take you as far as the store?
To the dumpster and the loading dock.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as channel 34 at 2 minutes and 15 seconds into that video? And if you could. Ms. Gilman, I apologize, but could we have where it says on the media player 2 minutes and 15 seconds? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, what area is this of your store?
That's a loading dock, dumpster area to the right of the building.
And Ms. Gilman, can we see the file names for these two files? So, sir, on these file numbers, what is the significance of the 2003?
That's a year.
And after 0101, what is that?
That would be the date, New Year's Day.
New Year's Day?
Yeah.
And then after that, 171244, what's the significance of that?
The time, so yeah, that would be the time.
And is that military time?
It is.
So would that be 5:12 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, on these videos for New Year's Day, your store, is it open on New Year's Day?
No, it's not.
In fact, are any liquor stores in Massachusetts open on New Year's Day?
I don't believe so.
Now, sir, when was your dumpster emptied after New Year's Day, if you know?
Not really sure. Probably the following Monday or Tuesday. So beginning of the week.
Beginning of the week? And did you recognize anyone in that video?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you recognize anyone in those videos?
Yes, Brian.
And sir, you don't have any footage of Mr. Walsh inside your store from January 1st, is that correct?
No, we were closed.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross. The witness may step down. Thank you. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Cade Reed.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
This way.
Switch your stuff on.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record?
Yeah, it is Cade Reed, Cadereed.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at Lowe's Home Improvement.
What is your role at Lowe's Home Improvement?
I am the District Asset Protection Manager.
And can you tell us what the responsibilities you have as being the District Asset Protection Manager?
Yeah, overall, I'm in charge of supporting the stores in terms of shrink, as well as mitigating any theft or losses, as well as ensuring that compliance with safety standards are upheld.
And do you have a geographic area that you cover?
Yeah, I cover from as north as Lowell, Massachusetts, all the way down to Abington, Massachusetts.
And how long have you been with Lowe's?
I've been with them for 4 years.
And with that time, have you always been the District Asset Protection Manager?
Yes.
Now, with Lowe's, did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video from their Danvers store on January 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Now, what does the Danvers store have as far as surveillance video cameras?
Yeah, so we have cameras on the outside of the property, inside of the property, as well as different sort of cameras when it comes to the fixed, which is 24 hours, 7 days a week, pointing down. And then we have pan tilt zoom cameras, which have, they're called PTZ cameras, and they can actually, zoom into something, pan it, tilt it, I can move it whenever I want live.
And sir, do these record in film or is it digital?
It's digital.
And so where does that information go to?
It's into an external hard drive, so I can pull from a variety of different days and hours.
And does anyone else have access to the hard drive?
Yes.
Who else would have access?
Any of my peers as well as my associates.
And this information from the Lowe's and these digital information from the Lowe's and Danvers, is it kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And it kept in good faith?
Yes.
And you're aware that Lowe's produced videos from January 1st of their Danvers store to law enforcement?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review a composite of those, or a collection of those videos together from the Lowe's in Danvers for January 1st?
Yes.
Have they been altered in any way other than putting different snips together in one seamless video?
No.
And sir, have you had the chance to review a hard drive with these videos this morning?
Yes.
And again, these videos, they do not appear to be altered in any way.
No.
Also, before I enter this into evidence, did you have the opportunity to review a video from the Weymouth Lowe's as well?
Yes.
And Weymouth Lowe's, for entrance into evidence, does it have surveillance video?
Yes.
Same situation, digital that reports to an external?
Yes.
And who else did you have access to it?
Yes.
Besides you, who else has access to it?
My associates as well as my peers.
And again, for Weymouth, that's the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And in reviewing the video from Weymouth, is there any alteration of wording?
Yes.
And is it of just a child?
Yes.
Other than that, has been altered?
No.
The Commonwealth proceeds to have the two videos from Lowe's, which is the next exhibit, which is on thumb drive.
Any objection?
No objection.
The thumb drive of the Lowe's videos from Danvers and Weymouth is now in evidence as Exhibit 195.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play the video from January 1st, the Lowe's in Danvers, from Exhibit 195.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask, if you can pause, I'm going to ask the witness a few questions. Sir, where is this in relation to the Lowe's in Danvers?
This is in the parking lot, the front parking lot.
And in the bottom, it says Park Lot Cam 1. What's that significant of?
Yep, so there's 4 different cameras around our parking lot. They're each pointed in a different way, so this would just be the first one pointing in that direction.
And I see a date and time there. For these cameras, have you determined if the date and time are accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause. Sir, where is this in the store in Lowe's?
Yeah, so this is our main aisle, aisle 1.
Play, Miss Gilman. Thank you.
"2023, he's wearing a mask." Were they still wearing masks back then in Massachusetts, or is he doing it? No, because Karen Reed's case was in 21. I mean, John died in 21, and they were all at the bar. They weren't wearing masks out at the bar. He's doing it to hide his face, isn't he?
Pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's and Danvers?
This is at the front end in the self-checkout area.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Where's the murder aisle? I need to pick up some cleaning supplies and a tarp and things to cut up a body. Like a broom and a mop. And a hammer. Is that a hammer? Claws. Yeah, put it in this bag. Put it in this bag right here. Hey, Nichelle, how'd torture go? Yeah, give me some plastic sheeting. How about a Tyvek suit? Y'all got Tyvek suits? I need a suit because that blood's gonna splatter. What's the best saw to cut up a body? I need one of those. Oh, that guy doesn't have a mask on. Yeah, that package of rags. Surprised he doesn't want one of those buckets. Oh, wait, is he buying all this stuff in the basket? Gloves? Yeah, gloves to hide the cuts on his hands. Oh, so he is buying. Okay, I thought like the guy was helping him out stuff. He's actually buying all the stuff in this cart and transferring to that cart. So is he buying all those buckets? Yeah. Since when was that a vid requirement? I only wore a mask.
Pause, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Sir, what angle are we looking at here?
This is the angle from the actual, the self-checkout register itself, so the camera in front of it.
So the self-checkout registers have cameras pointing out towards the customers as well?
Yes.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman, thank you. Pause. Thank you. Sir, what is this angle we're looking at?
This is our main exit.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could press play. And Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if you could pause one more time. Sir, now where are we looking at when the camera says 6:06:55?
This is the parking lot at 6:06:55.
And is this PM or AM?
This is PM.
Thank you. You can press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. So, sir, does Lowe's maintain receipts for its sales?
Yes.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And does, I assume the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
But does Lowe's maintain a copy digitally?
Yes.
And do you have access to that?
Yes.
And was one produced as a result of these videos to law enforcement?
Yes.
You may.
Thank you. Sir, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Is that a receipt from, upside down, but now that it's right side up, is that a receipt from the Lowe's in Danvers?
Yes.
And it corresponds to the video that you just displayed for us?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit 196.
Any objection? Lowe's receipt is now in evidence, from Danvers is now in evidence as 196.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish 196, the receipt from Lowe's.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, oh, thank you so much. You've already expanded it. So, sir, looking at the top, what does sales number mean?
This is where the actual sale took place, so I guess you could say it's a terminal.
Okay. And what's this significant of SFT lane 413?
Yeah, so that is our fast lane, or just another way that we can say self-checkout.
Okay. And transaction or trans number, what is that significant of?
It's the transaction number, so whatever number that receipt rang through.
And at the top right-hand corner, I take it that's the date.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down to the bottom, please? Now, at the bottom, what was the total for the sale?
$463.26.
And how was the sale conducted, cash or charge?
It was cash.
How much cash was presented?
$500.
And what is the time on the sale?
It is 6:05:45.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that. Thank you. And now, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to play the blurred video from Exhibit 195 of January 4th from Lowe's and Wayne.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pause. Thank you. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Weymouth?
This is our main vestibule, our entrance.
What is VDS SRV1 1618 entry PVM mean?
Yeah. So VidSRV1 is the actual, it stands for video surveillance. So it is where our video was stored from, and it's our first terminal. 1618 is the store number, and then the entry PVM is the camera for the entry PVM, or the entry.
And the date and time at the bottom, sir, what are those?
Yeah, it is January 4th, 2023 at 4:24:57 p.m.
And sir, as far as the date and time for the Lowe's in Weymouth, is that accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could you press play? And pause, Ms. Gilman. So, sir, what view are we looking at here?
This is the camera pointing from the self-checkout registers.
And At the bottom, STO term 25, what does that mean?
Self-checkout terminal 25, so it's just the number that self-checkout terminal is at.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause. Sir, where is this in the Lowe's in Weymouth?
This is our main exit.
Please press play, please. Ms. Gilman, thanks. No further questions for the witness, Your Honor.
Cross. The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Jamie Flint.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Be seated.
Right this way. I just watch your step for me.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name, actually your first and last name for the record?
My name is Jamie Flint, Jami, Flint, Flint.
Where do you work?
CVS in Danvers, Massachusetts.
And where is the CVS in Danvers located? Like, what's its address?
1 Maple Street.
How long have you been with CVS?
19 years.
And what is your role at CVS?
Operations Manager RX.
How long have you been so operations manager RX, so I take it pharmacy?
Yes.
All right.
Both front end.
Front end,
Yes.
Okay. And so how long have you been the operations manager?
A little over a year.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Danvers store itself?
19 years.
Okay. So Now, what does the Danvers store have as far as store surveillance videos?
We have multiple cameras throughout the store and the pharmacy.
And what access as the operations manager do you have to the store surveillance video?
I have full access to the video in the office.
And I take it stores to a server at the office?
Yes.
Okay. And besides you, does anyone else have access to it?
The other shift supervisors and the manager.
All right. And the surveillance video for CVS, I take it it's maintained in good faith?
Yes.
And it's done so in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review surveillance video that had been produced to law enforcement in January of 2023 from your store?
Yes.
And had it been altered in any way?
No.
And so that video, it fairly and accurately depicts your store in January of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, that video is on this drive. I would seek to have it marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It's in evidence now, the CVS thumb drive 197. What's the date of that? The date of the content?
January 1st, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 197?
You may.
Thank you. So if I could ask Ms. Gilman to pause. Ms. Flint, what are we looking at here as far as your store?
That's the rear entrance of the store.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, I believe there is a second camera angle on that video. Could we have that, please? And could we have that on the media player at 3 minutes and 35 seconds? Ms. Flynn, if I could ask, where is this in your store?
That's the front at the self-checkout.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, does CVS maintain receipts of its transactions?
Yes.
And is that also done in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And in good faith?
Yes.
Now, I take it the customer gets a copy of the receipt, correct?
Yes.
Does CVS maintain a copy as well,
We do.
electronically?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review a receipt from your store corresponding to that transaction?
Yes.
Ms. Flint, I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to that transaction?
It is.
Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 1st, 2023 from CVS as the next transaction.
Any objection?
Okay.
That's now in evidence as 198, the CVS receipt from 1/1/23.
Your Honor, may we publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the receipt from CVS, please? So, Ms. Flint, when it says term number, what does that mean?
That's the terminal
And
number.
17, is that self-checkout?
Yes.
And transaction or trans number is, what's that significant of?
The transaction number on that terminal.
Okay. And the date and time? What was the date and time for this transaction?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:28 p.m.
And cashier number name, what is that for this transaction?
Self-checkout 17.
And what was the total amount that the transaction cost?
$19.
What was purchased in the transaction according to the receipt?
5 bottles of hydrogen peroxide spray and a Roundup for Feed America.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk? All right, jurors, I'm going to send you off to lunch now. To the extent that we're back a few minutes late on the backside, it's because I just have to handle a quick matter right at 2 o'clock. So that'll be the delay for us getting back, but it shouldn't be very long. All right, thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Books, follow me.
Anybody need anything? Have a good lunch. Thanks, Judge.
Hey, Mike. Okay, I set it to come back at 2, but do you want to start at 2:30 so we can skip through breaks and stuff, or do you want to start at 2? My scooter is great. I love my scooter. It's wonderful. When I'm not driving it through dog poo. Which I did accidentally. But Travis cleaned it off. He was yelling at me to watch where I was going. He's like, if you drive it outside again, don't drive it around the side of the house. You stay in the front yard with it. Like, yes, dear. Yes, I'm bringing it Saturday. It's in my. It's in my. What? You, Belle, you're seeing things. There's nothing there. Ooh, that would be cool. We love high-speed chases. No, I did not drive it through poop in my living room. It was outside. But we were bringing it in the house. And he said, I forgot what he said. But I could tell something was wrong. And I was like, what? Because I freaked out. I'm like, oh my God, what did you find? Travis does not like. Oh, okay. Are you saying hi to Mike? Is that what you're doing, Belle? Okay. Travis does not like things secondhand. So he's looking at it. He's like, there's a crack there. There's white paint here. The little, I don't know what they're called, Mike, the little tippy wheels on the back, so if you tip, one of them's missing. I don't care. And Travis said the other one doesn't roll at all. He put his foot on it. It didn't roll. Like, he's picking all these little, the armrests that you said we need to, make taller. They don't have any nuts in them or bolts or whatever they're called. They don't have anything in them at all. But Travis said he has some so he can adjust it. So he's picking out all these things. She's telling Judy how mistreated they are. She's telling on me. No, she's looking towards the door. It was the front door. Now it's the side door. Maybe somebody's in the yard. Maybe I should go check. Set screw. That's what it's called. Okay. So he says he has some and he can fix it. But anyway, so remember I told you he doesn't make secondhand stuff. So he's picking all these things, which is, they're not big deal things. And I don't care. I'm happy as can be. So he's pushing it in the house. There's nobody at the door. I don't know what her deal is. She's old. She's imagining things. My dog has dementia, I think. Anyway, and I don't remember what he said, but he was like, he let out a, oh my gosh, or oh dear Lord, or something like that. And I was like, what? Because I thought something was major wrong the way he acted. And he goes, you ran through dog poop. I'm sorry. So we've got like a little, the door, there's a little cutout of like tile. I don't think it's linoleum. I think it's tile. Could be, Judy. Could be. I don't know. So the poop only got there, didn't get on the carpet. Thank God. Because we've got enough of that with Spike. And he cleaned it off. I took a picture of him doing it too. He's standing there cleaning it all off for me. He's so sweet. I have got the most amazing husband in the world. He's just too good to me. He cleaned all the poop off the wheel for me and everything. He's like, next time, watch where you're going. The whole time he's cleaning it off. You never watch where you're going. You just all over the place. I said, I was riding. I wasn't paying attention. I'm just riding around. He goes, well, next time, if you're going to ride it in the yard, don't ride it on the side of the house. Ride it in the front of the house. I love my scooter. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. I'm so happy. Okay, you guys want to come back at 2 or 2:30? What time is it now? It's 1:45. We might as well just stay here. I gotta eat though. And I need to get them to go outside because they've not been out. I get them outside. They're spoiled. It's too cold, they won't go out. Okay, I'm gonna make an executive decision. We'll come back at 2:30. That gives me, thank you, Nancy. That gives me 45 minutes to get them out and eat something. So 2:30. Be back at 2:30. And I'll fix the time on the live stream because I've got it set for 2. So, but they are, Marty. They're old. Okay, guys. 2:30. See you then. Bye.